Welcome back. It's been a minute since I played last, but we only got about 4 hours into the game, so we'll see how it goes from now on. I hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're taking care of yourselves. Let's see, what kind of... Hey, Ben, how are you? Hope you're well. Let's boogie, Tanner says. I'm doing all right. I was just saying, I played the 4 hours, right? And then I was all rip-rearing to go, ready to play some more. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. Got a 4th of July weekend. It's going to be a 4-day weekend. Everything's going to be great. Then I get the flu. It's like, all right, well, that's great. Nope, that's not happening. So we're going to rest, and we're going to recover. And then yesterday, just vibes were off. Had a minor headache. Just wasn't really feeling it. You know what I mean? So I just called it. I wasn't going to play. I wasn't going to try to force it when I wasn't in the mood. You know what I mean? I mean, I can barely tolerate some of you people when I'm in a good mood. You think I'm going to try to do it when I'm not feeling well? Come on. You've all been there? Yeah, I know. But that was then. We are here today. We're going to continue on in the chaos that is this game. It's good chaos, mostly, but chaos nonetheless. Some of you can just say, Tanner, it's fine. Listen, I don't accuse. I just leave things as they are, right? Let people do their thing. If you want to call yourself out, that's your problem, not mine. Sorry. Anyway, we're here for a couple hours. Shall we? Shall we jump back into this? So let's remember the controls here. We're solving the murder. Right. The hanged man didn't have armor, went missing, go to the harbor gates. So we have to head northeast to the harbor. Part of it is gonna have to dip for a bit. That's fine, Tanner. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Find some booze. I'm not gonna drink. That's just gonna mess things up. Access the harbor. I've already got to go to the harbor for this. Pay for damages. Yeah, I'm ask my station. It says ask your station for additional funds. Fuck. I guess I'll be asking the station for funds. They've already given me crap. Find out who else threw the clothes in the trash. Ask about the tattoos. Keep searching for the collar. Try to find my gun. I gotta wait 24 hours to call Alice back to ask about the armor. Hi, Scoter. I know. You're slowly counting the time. Wouldn't have it any other way, right?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
Later in the evening, I'll have to check out for a little bit. I'm still here to annoy for now. Oh, I get it.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going
It's the
on?
jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating. All around clusterfuck.
Scoter, I'm not going to smack Gabe with a fish. You thought that was me singing for a second because you weren't looking at the screen? No, you're not going to hear me sing. Hey, Cash. How you doing, friend? Welcome to my little corner of the world. No, you're not going to hear me sing, Tanner. That's not a thing I do. I'm incredibly monotone. It's not me singing, y'all. I'm not going to sing. I don't sing. Listen. I can't say there's no chance because I don't believe in no chance, but it's incredibly, highly unlikely that you will ever hear me sing something. Now you know it wasn't me, just whack the dude. I'm not going to smack somebody with the fish. Cash, I'm not going to rap. There's no rapping involved, no singing involved, nothing with a cadence. You sound like Tina from Bob's Burgers. I mean, Tina's pretty badass, so I don't know about that, but...
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
So yeah, no, you're not gonna get any. You'll get read. I will read. I will enunciate, and I will recite passages of things. But I'm not gonna sing, nor rap. Sorry, that's just not a thing I do. You'll just have to accept that in your life. It's pretty funny, yeah. I'm assuming so. Poetry. Here's the thing with poetry. All right, one thing you're going to learn, Cash, is I'll stop periodically while I'm playing and just talk. Individuals here will get me to start going on a subject, and I will talk forever about it. It's the best and the worst of this stream. Poetry. I appreciate what poetry brings to the table, but I don't get poetry. I don't get it. I understand that it's there to elicit an emotion and to touch you in an artistic way and manner. However, whenever I read poetry, I read it all at face value. And I look at it from the literary perspective, not from the emotional one. So poetry, while I can appreciate poetry, I know that poetry is great. I know there's amazing poetry out there. I don't discount it as being an excellent art form and a method of transmitting and translating emotion and feelings. I don't fucking get it. It doesn't process in my brain. I'm not talking about the Star Wars prequels, Tanner. Sorry. That ship has sailed. So when I would be in class, in college, depends on what poem, what poet. Now, Ben, for me, it doesn't. Poetry is just not going to get it, right? I can read it. I can go, oh, they're saying this. You send a link to a poem that will change my mind. We'll see. I'd be in class at college going over literature, and they'd be like, we'll bring up a poem and talk about the poem. And we'll go over the poem, and they're like, what's the poem about? I'm like, well, they're talking about a flower. I'm like, well, the actual meaning is this is about someone's motivation for living in the shadow of their father. Who I'm like, no, it's a flower. They say right there, blue flower. Yeah, but if you read, no, I don't get it. It's literally a flower. I don't. It's not. I don't. So I did horrible when it came to like prose, like writing. I'm good. I'm fine. I can write prose. I'm good at prose. But when it comes to poetry, I'm as dense as a brick wall. I'm like, yep, those are words. They're together and sometimes they rhyme. Good job. but it's not my bag. Again, I can appreciate what it is, but it doesn't get to me. So yeah, no poetry, no rapping, no singing, no yodeling, no cajoling, no beatboxing. No, none of that. You're a poet, didn't even know it, but hi, am I? Limericks? There once was a girl from Nantucket? No. I can recite them, but we're not going down that route. But limericks are all just tongue in cheek, right? But even then. Hickory dickory dock. See, any limerick, I just know from Andrew Dice Clay, which probably a lot of you don't fucking know who that is. I know I would know who it is. Cash might know who Andrew Dice Clay is. Some of you might tangentially be aware of who the person is, just through the ephemera of society. By English, you had to write a poem that was in the style of Edgar Allan Poe. First time I managed to do one, second time around felt shoddy. Well, I mean, each their own, right? I look at Poe as more of a prose person than a poetry person. You know, Andrew is a name, and I know the other two items. I've just never heard all three together. Andrew Dice Clay. That's very kind of you to do that, Ima. You didn't have to. Andrew Dice Clay initially was a comedian, and his whole shtick was raunch. He was raunchy. Like Little Boy Blue. He needed the money. That's Andrew Dice Clay. Eventually he delved into some acting, and he was all right with acting. But later on, as society kind of looked against that type of humor, he kind of fell to the side. Yeah, he did try to clean up for a bit, I might. Carlin was different. Carlin was very zeitgeisty. Well, initially he wasn't. Initially he followed Lenny Bruce, and he really bucked trends. Well, before that he was a clean comedian. That documentary that's on HBO Max now they call it, about Carlin is amazing. Because initially he was a clean comedian in the 60s. Suit, tie, black and white TV show, variety hour type of thing. He was a clean comedian. And then he got tired of that. And then he followed Lenny Bruce, and that's when he crafted up to 7 words. 7 words you can't say. And he actually got arrested for saying those curse words in public. And then he went counterculture in the 70s. And then in the 80s, with all the new material coming out and the new comedians coming out, Carlin was stuck in the 70s way, and they thought he was kind of old hat. Ima, that's very kind of you yet again. Thank you for gifting Ben a sub. You didn't have to do that. So he went kind of counter for it. Carlin got lame in the 80s. He wasn't hip to it anymore. He was doing the old counterculture 70s hippie stuff when 80s was all yuppie, right? And then he stepped away, and he came back in the 90s with this very existential assassination on society. And those are the ones, if you look up online right now and you Google George Carlin, the majority of the clips you're going to find are him middle-aged in a black polo or a black turtleneck. That's his 90s era. Or he's just clinically dissecting these societal constructs. So he did that in the 90s, and then he rode that into the aughts. So he was up and down a couple times in his career. You've only seen him dressed like that? Yeah. He had a couple periods. In the 60s, it was suit and tie and very clean. In the 70s, it was very hippie, counterculture, long hair. And then 90s was the clinical, the scalpel-like precision. All of his stuff he talked about in the 90s is relevant, but he didn't talk about that beforehand. Beforehand was just against the man comedy, which was still good, but it was different for the times. He just didn't adopt and change for the times until the 90s came around. But yeah, so Clay kind of stayed in his pocket, and then the pocket kind of dried up. Who's my favorite comedian? I don't know. I don't really have many favorites of things. History with Gabe is your favorite segment on Twitch? Shut up, Tanner. Just because you get me talking about things, you know I'm going to ramble. My personal, I can't think of favorite comedians. I'll have to think about that. You think with Andrews, the same thing happened to Dave Chappelle? Lewis and this other guy? Oh, I'm glad, Tanner. Dave Chappelle was on it. He was on... Dave Chappelle came in early 90s, mid 90s, and he jumped on that intellectual race talk. And that was really big, and Chappelle's Show really pushed so many fucking boundaries. Chappelle's Show is one of the greatest comedy shows that I've ever seen. It was so good. And then he got money, and he's like, I can't handle this shit. My brain, I can't wrap my head around the fact that they want me to do another season of Chappelle's Show, and they're paying me $56 million for it. So he's like, all right, I'm out, and he leaves the country. Also, he left because even though his humor was cutting edge and biting back at the standard white man society of things, he realized that it was subverting it in a way when the people that he was railing against were the ones using the words against him. Tom Segura, I've heard a lot of good things about Tom Segura, yeah. So Chappelle was there, and now he's back again. He's trying to be edgy again, but it's not really landing as much. In my personal opinion, everyone has their own opinions, right? It's okay. It's all good. Early Chappelle was incredibly funny. Early Eddie. What's up, Herman? How you doing, man? Early Eddie Murphy was fucking fire. Fire. No doubt about it. To quote a phrase from someone else we know, hey Herman, how you doing? What you up to? Murphy was so funny in movies. Yeah, his pocket of 80s, perfect. Perfect. There are so many good comedians that have come out, right? Because then you look at Andrew Dice Clay, and then you have... So in the 70s, you had Carlin doing counterculture, right? Richard Pryor was also a very, very, very funny comedian. In the 70s, you had Carlin's counterculture, which was great. And then the 80s came around. And like I said, Carlin kind of lagged behind because he's stuck in the 70s. And he said in the documentary, he was seeing other comedians come up going, I wish I was that guy. And one person he said that was about Sam Kinison. Now, if you've never seen Sam Kinison or his stand-up, you were in for a treat. It's a little dated today. Sam Kinison is the overweight white guy in a trench coat who would tell a joke and start off talking and end up screaming. Like every joke would start at a low decibel and end at a high decibel. That was Kinnison. But there are so many comedians out there, it's hard to even nail down any of them. I would say, I was just going to say that, Cash. I was literally just going to say that. Mitch Hedberg. What you need to do when we're done here, well, first off, write that name down, all of y'all. Tanner, I'm sorry that your level of enjoyment of humor is so low. That's why we're trying to help you out. Write down Mitch Hedberg if you're interested. And then later on, when you're done here, or even now, I don't give a fuck, you can go. It's okay. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. Google on YouTube some Mitch Hedberg. That man is out there. He's amazingly out there. He's unfortunately passed away. You're happy with your shitty sense of humor? Thank you. It's all right, Tanner. Everyone settles in some things, right? Me, it's life. You, it's your humor. You respect the energy, also laugh at your own shit. You got to. If you don't laugh at your own stuff, are you really, really doing anything? Father Ted was great. Father Ted was amazing until the information came out about the head writer, was it? Well, Dermot died, so that they did like 3 seasons of it, and it was really popular. And then the main character had a heart attack and died. And then another one of the head writers of it came out to be very, very conservative. Very anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ. Yeah. He came out to be a TERF, and it really has sullied my appreciation. Jordan! Rice is great if you're really hungry and want to eat 2,000 of something. Yes, that's Mitch Hedberg. That's Mitch Hedberg right there. If you chuckled at that, you're good. You're going to enjoy Mitch Hedberg. Good to see you, Jordan. Glad you're here, friend. It's all very ecumenical. Yeah. Father Ted's great. The 3 seasons are really funny. If you had no reaction to that, Tanner, that's fine. And it's not your cup of tea. It's okay. It is okay. We're 24 minutes into my stream, and I've played for 2 minutes. 24 minutes in, and I've played for 2 minutes. You see what you guys do to me? You get me just rambling? Oh, you finish FF16, now you're just listless in the sea, staring at the wall and sighing to yourself? I'm sorry, Herman. Classic Gabe stream. I hate to think that my stream consists of more me talking than me playing. I'm sorry. I might, yet again, this is a broken record right now. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that you did that. Thank you very much. You were too kind. You should switch to just chatting. It's a very me category. No, I'm going to play a fucking game, Herman. We're going to play a game today. It's going to be at least half the time. I don't have a girlfriend, but I do know a woman who'd be mad at me for saying that. Come on. Tell me that's not great. What was it? I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. Yeah, there you go, Mitch. All right. I'm 20 minutes of fucking talking. Let's play a little bit. I'm talking. Playing.
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
I agree, Jordan.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
So I'm this... I'm a police officer, but I am probably the most worthless police officer on the force. I started the game completely drunk. And I lost my gun and my badge. I don't know what happened. I don't remember my name. I found my case files in the trash. I'm a hot fucking mess. I'm here for a reason, not entirely sure. And this other guy, this Asian gentleman in the orange jacket, showed up. He's another cop from another district. And we're here apparently because there's a body hanging from a tree. We're trying to figure out what happened. Coincidentally, there's also a strike taking place in this small area of this town. And I'm learning information about that to try to figure out what's going on. I'm not worthless, I'm just currently troubled. Yeah, I can see that. The art style is great. It's very different.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
I'm enjoying it. It's it has a lot to do with your psyche and your subconscious and different aspects of your subconscious. Like you get points that you can level up, and you get experience points to level up certain aspects of you. I'm only about 4 hours in. I only stream for about 4 hours a session, and I've only had one session of this. So as you level up these certain aspects, they come into play when you're playing the game. Like the higher my perception is going to be, the more I'm going to see. The empathy, sometimes the empathy will interrupt what I'm doing like it's a person and make a comment about what you've noticed because your empathy is high. Look at that screen, can't remember what your build was? I know, right? Rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, visual calculus. It's
Us lorry drivers. Cam, your nurse. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere.
Very unique.
To get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
What are you hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
You're under arrest. Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Okay, and what are you actually hauling? Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable.
Thank
Me
you,
and her
Cash.
spent a long time together.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Well, take it easy, Ben. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. And then sometimes, because some certain skills are high enough, you get a chance at rolling to unlock additional information, like this one, empathy, formidable. What do you see in his eyes? This is a check. And I rolled 2 6-sided die. Because my empathy is so high, this is a break-even check. Now, granted, I'm probably going to fail, but we're going to give it a roll and see what happens.
In his eyes,
Hey.
an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold.
He's an alky.
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
What's in the southwest?
Excuse me?
I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second
Thank
kid
you,
on the way.
Again, you didn't have
Waiting
to do
all the
that,
way in
but you were
Diora.
too kind.
And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Cash, hope you rest well, friend. I'm glad you stopped by. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sleep well, and I'll look forward to chatting with you tomorrow.
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone?
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling?
I miss my gun. I lost it. I'm fine, man. I don't miss anyone. I miss someone, but I don't know who it is. No, I feel hunted. I miss someone, but I don't know who it is.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone, and I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Good for now. Good talk.
Don't be a stranger.
You've missed someone. It's me. No. That's not a thing. You're okay. Herman, you reach out to Swan. You talk about your mutual completion of Final Fantasy 16 and now how you're just dead in the air and don't know what to do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers. a
Chris,
radio
what's up,
microphone,
man?
A pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
I gotta ask about that money.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
A little bit he was in VC for customs. Yeah, I heard he was a little shit-faced too. That must have been fun. Congrats on finishing work, Chris. Awesome job. I know you're working late, so while it's unfortunate and you have to work, I'm glad it's done and you can relax now. Thank you for stopping by for however brief it is. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but
What does he want now?
he's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Just watching on gameplay and talking mad shit. Yeah.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Dina's streaming right now? Fuck. Tell her I say hi. That bitch streaming when I'm streaming. How dare her.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds. Over.
I'm begging you here. I don't even have a place to sleep tonight. It's paramount to the investigation. You grant me more money. Okay, I heard you. No funds. Fine.
Anything else, sir? Over.
No.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
There we go. So we asked our station for funds, and we got shit on for it, so. Alright. Looks like we're heading east to the docks. We talked to this guy, he's a racist.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Okay.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
Broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here. Bastards! Yeah.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I? Yes, no.
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause are we talking
Rights
about?
of people. Rights of workers. To have gainful employment. To make a salary. And feed their families.
I don't think I've chosen any sides
Might
yet.
be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
Points his finger to the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
The loitering man hollers in return. I want to get in the harbor
Have
too.
fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I'm interviewing people, but a murder took place here behind the hostel cafeteria there. This is an official matter not to be discussed with outsiders.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
I don't know. Sure, why not? This really isn't my area of expertise.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work!
Who are all these strike
Honest men
breakers?
and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do! We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
You're unable to breach.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel.
Of course, Tanner.
And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
I know who that is, Tanner. He's from that show I don't watch. Why don't you just talk?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfect, lightly bearded square wedge. Just gonna leave.
Scott?
Asks the man with jolly eyes, tilting his head. What exactly is a scout? At least you know who it is. I know who it is.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
You don't seem to
Gotta be
like them
bloody
much.
stupid or freaking evil to Scott. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mass, squinting his eyes, as if trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
It's better than begging, come on. Have you tried talking
We've
to them?
explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
He chuckles, then realizes.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
I've come to Martinez investigating a murder. Hey, you're the man in boots at the gates. Kuna said you know about the armor. I'm looking for assistance with the dead body situation. I'm a bit short on money. What's the strike about? Nice talk. Looking for assistance with the dead body situation. Murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
It's almost impossible. I'm 91% sure I'll never get it solved. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's actually very fun and easy. Maybe you want to help me solve it by telling me who did it.
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
Should we? He's nice. I don't like nice. He didn't do it. It's the truth.
Looking for assistance with the dead body
Body still
situation.
hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance.
He shrugs. Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
Beneath the jolliness, he suddenly seems doubtful.
That's simple. I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead. Oh, that's a challenging success. Nice.
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him,
Right.
then press the button to unlock the door,
Ah,
then go past him again,
okay.
and you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy. Got you. I think I have some questions for you first.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation,
That's not
or
happening.
you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Got it. Another
Sure.
thing. You're the man with the boots.
The little boy had the good on his promise.
His promise.
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
You beg so many people for money.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
So Kuno used this to what? Scare you? The probe into the armor. What'd you
I
learn?
learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
True.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Hold up. 4 pieces? What about leggings? I'm gonna find 1 piece of it once enough. I'm ambitious. I'm gonna find all of it. All the pieces. Actually, I may have better things to do too.
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All the
All
pieces.
of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, and I would leave the boots to processing, but okay. Let's find all of it.
A mesquite epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
Thank
No
you for your
problem.
cooperation.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Nice talk, gotta get moving. Gonna lie to you, return and confront him. Get boots off victim's feet. Find armor. It might take a long hurt. Quick, now push him off the railing. He wouldn't die, he'd just be pissed. Let's go talk to Kimmy's favorite character.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Talk to Manana about the armor.
So?
Projecting aggressive indifference.
You should thank him.
Told me you promised to sick the pigs. He said to thank you. Wasn't keen on chasing down anyway. He said you're now the king of the entire Jamrock? Nothing. Tip really paid off. Good job.
What? Don't be playing Kuno off as a snitch bitch. The oldest trick in the book, people.
Are you snitching, Kuno?
This is some ancient bullshit, people. Kuno would rather take 10 than snitch. Pigs full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
You found a real nice button to push. Turned the tables on him. You're a little bit closer now to understanding this kid.
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Refer to yourself in the third
fuck
person.
Are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody, please! He's digging his dick out!
You hate this kid, but he also might be your favorite character.
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in air, Kuno! Somebody, please!
It's full blast now. The wind carries a message far and wide across Martinez. What is this sick charade? Who put you up to this? Shut him down? No way. What is this?
No! Get off Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
Who put you up to
No
this?
one. Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance over you.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
Someone... No.
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno in the ass.
Don't punch him. It's a bad idea. Back off.
Look. I know you wanted to hit me. You got that, I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look. That Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
No. Yes, but I didn't act on it. It was just a fantasy. Yes, how do I get it back to it? I want to go back to that thought. How do you know that? You can't see inside my head. Can you read my mind, Kuno?
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut that shit down. You know what? You should have, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you! King Kuno!
Backing up was a bad idea. Now he thinks he's established dominance over you.
I literally don't care.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
Doesn't let him
Peepo
finish.
is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You don't know where I come from! You just Kuno's bottom bitch!
They're your favorite. Absolute favorite.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. On his chest, a fading web of tattoos. The cargo belt used to hang him from the tree looks reinforced.
If I pull on those boots, it's gonna be disgusting. Meat's gonna slough off the bone. The boots are gonna be full of fucking corpse meat. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. King Kuno. That's the bookstore. Hung himself after listening to Kuno for too long? Yeah. Greater Revolutionary Industrial Firm.
Yes?
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge.
It's always fun seeing how much of the story changes based on the order you do things in. You did things differently. In case of a strike, press button behind guard.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Your game ended with your character killing himself after talking to Kuno for too long. Wish that was an option. Tanner. Say nothing. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
Rope of muscle passes underneath the skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
Tanner and I compared notes after we finished. We both had sections of the game the other one missed. That's fantastic. My body is unimportant. I'm with the police. We need to get into the harbor.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust, as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
You think you accidentally became a little bit of racist talking to this guy? Al Ghul, alcohol. really so bad. You're right, I'm an alcoholic and I need that dead body to be no longer in a tree. Just drink a little on the weekends.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
Actually, I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them. I am the police and I need you to comply now. Take a step closer. The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job, please.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
Come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back. Push him out of the way. You're right about all this. Now I need you to help me get that corpse down from the tree. It was your people who put that dead body up there. Your people should help me get it down. This is going nowhere.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
You serve the Union, don't you? Aren't they white? Know anything about this mug? Those tattoos of yours supposed to mean? Conceptualization. Subscribe to his race theory. Knock him out.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbor, seemingly bored with you.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Yeah, but you still serve them. How does that factor into your life? You keep telling yourself that. I'm sorry, of course, I understand now, deeper.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did.
You tried knocking him out several times and went poorly every time? Tanner, you should know better.
Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
My jam is a mysterious fourth thing.
Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs?
I've got it from disco, actually. I'm a rock and roll star and a rebel. Youth culture does not affect my thinking.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
I don't know who the Seminoles are. I've recently experienced head trauma.
I can see that. The Seminoles are the South Island race. Haplogroup A4A. The rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised in the islands before you moved to Revachol.
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the Pay.
So you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Cool.
Yes.
Ken, what do you think about this?
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
How do you know about the next
there
one?
Always is.
Race is reality.
Anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures towards the lorryman down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
Sure I'm not craniometrically superior?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Ghul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sur-la-Clé and the other Vesper.
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Revacholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason you are here.
Well, if I do this, I get a little racist, like Tanner did.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with the tree situation. There must be another way.
His gaze wanders over the Whirling's roof to the yard. Being a little racist never hurt anyone, right? Okay. 72% chance to succeed, but I might be a racist for it. I'm good. I'm good. Come on, game. Kim, move out of the fucking way.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Kim, move out of the goddamn way.
Yes? Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle.
Fuck Kim.
Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Kind of stuck here. I can't jump this without more experience. Pathways to get to that roof is the least favorite part. Yeah, it's kind of shitty.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think. Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of
It's a
store is
bookstore,
this?
sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
I know all
You're
these things.
fooling nobody.
Don't you sass me.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now. Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul.
I'm not sure I understand.
Gotta have the right stuff.
If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about when both of the men are bad? What about when everyone's poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Yeah, poor people are boring.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a poor man getting a rich
It
lady?
happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
She has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup.
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
Think about it, one where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books. Definitely.
You clearly have issues you need to address.
Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me
Why
one day.
would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
It's definitely speaking to us.
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
I could help by brutally dismantling the free market.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
School's stupid. You're lucky not to be there.
School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity. Mum says it's necessary to do both, because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Good to hear that it's going well. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses. Of course, sir. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
I get you. I, for example, can't stop making this face.
That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
You fail to
Come
deduce
on!
anything substantial. She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
Bullshit. Oh, there's a whole section over there. Okay. Wait. Did we talk to her already?
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? Yeah, the detective novels.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am. the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
No, she was definitely slacking off.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
I'm not going to grade a human being. I don't do that.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Abolish child labor.
As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
I couldn't. Guillaume Le Million. That's the statue guy, right? Let's do it. Tome of Fastest Magic. Rather candid.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
What are you, a coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books. It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%. The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
I am the master of psychic arts. Give me this 72%. Give me this 72%.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
No period of time. The sense of psychic emanations from afar, the sleeper beyond calls
I'm
out.
not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then, rock her world. he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing. See, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
I am the void revenant. I have the powers to debad all the bad energies.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman from the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Do I ask him? Kim is very practical. I don't know if I can trust Kim. I have to keep on my bullshit.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
Psychic forces left me on my
Thank
honor.
you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Oh, lovely.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. For I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Passage between heaven and hell, of course.
That chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Yeah.
Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Kit, maybe you should go first. Open the door and enter. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. I'll take the shot put ball. So many French language references. Yeah. Butcher says Citius Fortis. The rest is worn off.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Not touching it.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym to me.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinema.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest. The lieutenant nods.
Let's go get that flashlight. How do we go from figuring out how to get a dead body, out of a tree, end up trying to get rid of a curse demon?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and a metallic drawer slides out from under. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. The pull-out toolbox slides back into it.
Takes quite a few story swings. Yeah. I mean, I'm appreciating it. It's really just silly. It's very different. Blocked by old window panes and debris. Large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Naked mannequin torso of strange yellow color. Take some more mine. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth bitten. Goes up. All right.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the welkins towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden.
I expect that from, like, Jordan or Tanner. But not you. Not you.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of the abyss, an abyss of production. These squares look orderly, but beneath them is chaos, worry, pain. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
They were making a video game. Or a role-playing game.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
If you're not mistaken, all this is a reference to a failed project some of the devs worked on. They tried to make a D&D campaign in the form of a radio game. Yeah, I can see that.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
You didn't learn that until a month ago?
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station,
Hey,
looks
Mia.
like.
I'm currently trying to solve and remove an ancient commercial retail curse put on a building. But actually finding out that it's just, so far, a failed role-playing game.
All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. I already kind of guessed it. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Someone tried to exercise the curse using technology. Looks like an undercover counterintelligence program. It's just a failed business, and the question is, what the hell are they making?
Yes, that is the question.
Good luck, Tanner. Take it easy, bud. Now, you would think, oh, how convenient. Mia gets here, Tanner leaves. But Tanner did state at the beginning of the stream that he had to step away for a while, so. In this specific instance, he's either telling the truth or he laid the seeds down well in advance.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master Frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
He hates me, can't stand to even be in the same chat. Had to make him an excuse to go as soon as you show up. It'll be okay, Mia. It'll be okay. We'll do what we can to console you as you drown in your sorrows.
Yes, especially in here. Okay, let's keep moving.
Harvard already, fuck him. I'm glad you were able to process that.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
I'd rather have Tanner than me. Tanner's nice to you. I mean...
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter?
He literally called you the best earlier. That's where you and I differ. I'm a glutton for punishment. Oh, really, Herman? Oh, really?
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
No. Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says. Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Part tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my
Herman,
job
Mia,
to know
I'm
where
gonna let
you
you
are,
to
Fortress Accident.
handle all that shit in chat. The betrayal, backstabs, broken trust, all that stuff.
As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident. Thank you, and goodbye.
The only broken trust is you not playing Borderlands with me anymore. Herman! Why are you trying to be a bitch for everybody right now? If I remember correctly, Swan and I tried to set up a schedule where every week we play at a certain time. Someone couldn't make that, or just wasn't around. That happened enough where Swan just deleted the game. So don't even bring up this not playing Borderlands with you bullshit. I'm older, so I may not remember correctly. Jordan? Jordan. Listen, I already learned how to time you out in Tori stream. Shitheads.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
He's just always a bitch. I don't even think he can help it anymore. Just full up with bitchness, stage 4 bitchitis. The bitchification has set in too deep. Here comes the drama. Jordan, I'm having a bad day. Give me that one. Jordan, I'm going to tell you 2 things. Okay? The first thing of the 2 things I'm going to tell you is it's going to be okay. Everyone has shitty days once in a while, some harder than others. Just know that this is temporary and that things will be better. And you are appreciated by all of us. So you just weather that storm, get through the day, and do your best tomorrow. That was the first thing I want to say to you. Second thing I want to say to you, shut the fuck up.
Nothing happens.
Oh shit. I want to go back. Total melting snow. It's actually nice not to be a subject for totally uncalled for attacks.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
Please, Mia, let us enjoy Gabe's gameplay tangents in peace. Yeah, Mia, you missed it. I started up the game, played for a minute, and then got into a goddamn tangent for 20 fucking minutes. 20 minutes talking about comedy. Because these jackanapes brought shit up.
This must be where the entity lives.
I'll come back to this. Give me a little late, caught the tail end of that, yeah.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
We did not agree that Carrot Top was the best.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax, just a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Alright, I've got skill points now. I needed... Did I need savoir-faire to jump? Right? Ice cream sounds nice right about now. It's hot. I've got 2 fans on me right now. 2 fans. Says it's 90 degrees outside, feels like 95. However, that's with, what's it? 42% humidity. Not the worst. But still. Every time I turn back, my apartment's temperature is up 10 degrees, and I go kick the AC on. Only for a couple minutes just to get it back down a bit. And I turn it off, and it's just a rinse and repeat. So I've got 2 fans on me. Handwritten note you found from the giant ice bear fridge. You still have that screenshot of your app saying 100 degrees. It had to say 100% fucked.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Swaff.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge. Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis.
Ceiling fan, box fan, window AC, and the actual AC going on right now. Yeah, you're in Florida. That's the worst.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Wall collapse that's inaccessible now.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
Ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. There's a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Someone stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
You sent the screenshot. %, fucked. Love it. That's fucking great. I forgot that. Yeah, that was fucking hot that day. Jesus, 110 degrees. That's how it felt.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
It's a 4-shot bolt-action military rifle with a wooden frame. Savoir-faire. Those in white are available to try now. Oh, the damaged ledger I can try again. Cloak.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory. From there, you can equip it to a held slot.
Stirring your childhood dreams, yep.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked...
Wear it at your own risk. +1 drama. Takes me outside.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
I didn't know I could go in.
Both cables are unplugged. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and contented. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears...
Do I take the 3%? It's impossible.
Only the black...
It's impossible, right? I'm not doing 3%. I'm gonna waste it. There's some trick to this, you don't remember what it is. It's alright.
As before, this is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from... What an odd thing to do. Nothing happened. Still nothing. Those curtains proved to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we can try yelling.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch. Muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce... A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
A hollow ring goes through the furnace.
You
The toe
dummies.
hurts. Another pathetic yelp sounds off into the
Come
vast darkness
on.
of the chimney. You're a little embarrassed you produced it.
Ain't that some shit?
It's
He
the
would
legend
say
he
that,
found
wouldn't
in
he?
the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. Is still not what happens. Fuck this compartment. You should throw it away. Strange. Why does it make you so angry? An intricate web, it
so
still
mad?
kind of looks like.
Bad RNG, right?
This Post Levantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow.
Didn't even know I could go this way. Mia.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
Covers his mouth to hide a burp.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
Nothing, Mia.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
This one's still chewing on a sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what game it
No,
is?
you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating. until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
Man ball.
Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right tricep, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 bull.
Thought it was shot,
Well,
but...
it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Will this... No, it will goddamn not.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer?
I really like how he came in and is telling you that you got this. You know what you're gonna do. And then you just do the wrong fucking things. But well. It's fantastic.
Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
You're thinking about the hangman.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
So again, you don't know anything.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Okay, Mia.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
It's not okay, Mia. He's just being nice. Herman. Why are you picking on Mia? Why you bugging your homie? You just fucking with her because that's what friends do? Because she bullies you all the time? Is that right? Does she bully you? Let me guess. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to take an assumption as to how she bullies you. Does she force you to watch YouTube videos with her? Gonna wring your neck like a washcloth, you little bitch. Want to start a support group? Herman, does she force you to watch YouTube videos with her? Is that what happens? Bullying's just Mia's way of showing love. No? That's not it? That's you! Oh. I'm sorry, I got that twisted. My bad. I'm sorry about that. So if that's not it, then what is it? Does she bug you a lot? Does she harass you and spam you with messages constantly? You know, those horrible, antagonizing comments of, hey, just checking in, how you doing? You okay? Stuff like that. Is that what bullying is? Is that what she's doing when she's bullying? I mean, I'm just trying to figure things out, really. That's all. She throws shitty jokes your way when you're trying to play Final Fantasy 16. Well, thankfully, you're done with the game. You don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm on a tangent. The game. Yes, I know, Jordan. We all know Mia's just a big softie inside. They're good jokes, you fuck. That's funny. Mia, you're East Coast, right? Herman, you're West Coast. These two fucking fighting each other. Crack me up.
No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come.
Oh, you're West Coast too?
Still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
My apologies, Mia. I thought you were East Coast for some reason. Guess it's just the casual attitude. Gay really laughed at the thought of Mia's jokes being good. No. I laughed because that comment was funny. Don't you twist me. Eat shit, Jordan. Don't you twist my words. I laughed because that was humorous. Who would ever twist words here? Right. No one here. We're all fucking straight and narrow.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
I know this answer, but I'm wondering if I have to complete this. If I complete this line of questioning, I might get, like, experience.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revishal's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course. It all makes sense.
What was that about higher realms? Sounds interesting. Such responsibility requires a boost every now and then. I sometimes need one too. Seems like irresponsible behaviors for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries. Thanks for clearing that up. I have some other questions now.
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Right. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Cocaine Fairy Tales sounds like a dope-ass band name. Cocaine Fairy Tales was my Pearl Jam cover band name.
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Yeah, instead of even flow, we called it even blow.
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Fouissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Fuck it.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform.
Yesterday, for all you know, yeah.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume Le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Tibbs has windows. Got a bag in her hand, perhaps you can collect these bottles and sell them. Oh, where's a bag? Give me a bag. Worthy of a real man. Distant squall of seabirds. Take it. Spot our bottles. Hell yeah.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible, a half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the...
More than you ever earned in your life.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Fucking Herman. I've given you options of shit.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
The grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What's it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Easterlers 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lormentang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care,
deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. I am glad you see it that way. To repeal the act would mean repealing the coalition government, the one that leases you the right to police West Revachol. But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Welcome back, Tanner.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
That'll be interesting, am I?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What have you missed? In-game or out? In-game, I've been talking to people, failing checks, collecting bottles. Out of game, Herman and Mia.
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
It'll be okay, I might.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is... Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Oh, God.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life in the world. Could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh, dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns
Play it
in our
cool.
conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying. But I could play it cool and as straight as possible. But this character, some of the options, these non sequiturs have to be used. Even if it might fuck up some things. Because it's what he would do. You can't not do some of them, right?
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
Gotta live a little.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones.
Mia.
Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
It's okay, Tanner.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
I'm not modding any of you.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
I'm sure you will, Detective. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Such a good mod. Listen. First off, I'm not a big enough channel to need more than one mod anyway. Second off, Witchy does a fine job of being my mod, whether she's here or not. Don't trust anybody. So as it stands right now, I don't think I need a second moderator. But I'll make sure, if that ever comes up, to keep all of you in consideration. Just be a disaster. We can skip straight to it, just like Goat Simulator. Tanner. I don't know how to mod. I mean, you know, sure. I'm fine with that. I'll take that. I know how to do the basic stuff. That's about it. Nothing else, though. You have the best mod message I've ever made screenshotted. I did just learn how to time someone out the other day, yeah.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
You seem rich, can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes, a scythe of booze precedes you, your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ashamed? I'm not ashamed. What is this feeling? I've never felt it before. I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to take this leech for some dough. As I should be, for even considering it. This is a woman and I'm a man. Yes, I should make my own goddamn money by now.
Shame? You haven't really been in the presence of gentlefolk either, have you? What shame is there to be felt in front of these dock workers, cops, and hotel clerks, but to belittle yourself in these eyes of Odinil? Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you for the suggestion. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Begone, peasant.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good.
Do I? I always go to people who seem rich and ask for money. Tell you made your, if you made your, that's if you did.
Voila, you're doing it.
Why, yes, I am rich. How much money do you need? Hopefully not too much. I couldn't bring all of it with me.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and
Shut
hands them
up.
to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch.
Whoa, whoa. Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
Nay, 'twould be dishonorable, and mine honor is my life.
Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Listen, Tanner. I'm just curious about what money is.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
You're conducting an in-depth investigation and not an in-debt investigation. Well, Jordan, I'm not in debt anymore, so... Also, we're talking about a game where you could die within the first 5 minutes, so I don't want to hear it. And I didn't know about that until Kimmy told me about it.
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Mia. Like, here's the issue I'm having right now. I genuinely like you, Mia. But I want to ban you. So, it's this pull, this back and forth I have. And it's difficult. You're gonna send me something on Discord? Oh, Lord. What pray tell am I receiving on Discord? Also, I've only talked for like a half hour tonight. Usually it's like 50-50. So this is something, right? True. Disappointing. So proud of my restraint. Man. Fuck both of y'all. Alright, what is this? That's funny, Jordan. Listen. No singing though, 0 out of 10? Tanner, I told you from the jump, I'm not singing. You will get no singing from this individual. My ex-wife was Puerto Rican, and she was very musically inclined. She had a very good singing voice. And she gaslit me into thinking that I didn't want her to sing because of things. Anyway. And she felt... I didn't agree that Carrot Top was the best time by. I'm sorry. She felt that... Tanner, you can go for it. She felt that it was my responsibility to show her I cared by singing for her. Because everyone she'd ever been with before had sung for her, and that's the way to show that she was important. And I said, listen, I don't sing. I'm not a singer. I don't have a singing voice. I don't even know the lyrics enough of a song to sing them to you. I don't sing. She said, okay. After me sleeping on the couch for 2 weeks, I sang. So that's the only time I've ever sung for anybody. And that will probably be the only time I ever sing for anybody. So I'm not a singer. It's not my thing. But that's okay. So, yeah, you can look her up, Tanner. She's somewhere in New York, I think, last time I checked. Get to put me on the couch then? Bro. The last time I looked her up, I had a breakdown. So I haven't looked her up because my friends have told me don't do it anymore. So I don't. It's better for my mentality that I don't see where she is. I think it's good advice. Yeah. Because I get into that whole situation of, it's like she was a tornado and I was a small town that tore through. And she left my life a complete ruin and she moved on completely untouched. She's even more than untouched. I helped her get her disability through the military. So she got 100% disability. So I know that she gets $3,000 a month tax-free for the rest of her life. And I owe $84,000 in debt. So I just don't dig into that anymore. There's no benefit for me to research any of that. But you are free. Tanner. I would rather stay in debt and work the rest of my life until I literally die at work than ever see or hear from that person again. Because some of you all know some. Some of you all know some of the information of what I've gone through. Some of you know little smatterings from what I've made comments of. Work till you die, the American dream. Exactly, Jordan. I've realized I'm going to work till I die, and I'm going to owe money for the rest of my life. I learned that. I accepted that, 5 years ago? 6 years ago? I've accepted it. That's just me. Work, owe. Work, owe, work, owe. Yeah. I'm not going to get in a story of her tonight. Yeah, we're not doing that. So anyway, yeah.
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
On the bright side, society will probably only last another 20 years, so you don't have to work much longer. Yeah, I'll be 65. Till they start to remind me not to get married. No, you can get married. Playing Disco Elysium and think you're in a better place in life? Yeah, I agree. You can get married, find the right person, make sure they're the right person, and enjoy it. Welcome back, Scudder. I know you're counting them down. Glad you're here.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
The two might even be connected.
More importantly of us, you won. I'll get back to you on that.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. Of course, Detective. Take care.
That was interesting. Save myself for something special and richer.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
You better keep walking.
We can play more Andromeda, though. Gotta go weep.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
You don't have the Xbox anymore. Damn. No more Inquisition. Bucket.
You have no clue.
Oh, it's there. Just there. I'd play more multiplayer if you're interested.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep? Pig's come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out? Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
The multiplayer is kind of fun, Mia. To be honest. Scoter, I'm not going to hit anybody with a fish. She's not playing the multiplayer. Close to close the door, but you look at it suspiciously. I literally don't know if you can hit things with fish. That's what Scoter says.
There must be another way into the building.
The fuck?
Hey,
Jesus, Kim, calm down. Don't take much advice from me. I'm just a Scoter. What was that audio? I don't know. That audio right there was... I literally don't know. Out of nowhere, Kim's like in my fucking ear. There must be another way into the building. Rachel!
It's been a week and now they show up?
Herman, I was thinking, one of these days... Where is she? Swear to me. Rachel. Herman, one of these days, we should get Mia in a group call, and we can play some code names. I think that'd be fun. She told you she hates you?
So much for a quiet smoke.
But if I do it, she might show up. Good luck getting me to play. No, this game would be a browser-based game. Get Alex to play. Mia, if Herman and I got Alex to play a browser-based board game with you, would you want to play with us?
Hey, what's that noise down there?
It's a fun game. I'm just relaying what Dipshit here said.
It's been a week and now they show up?
That's why I was asking what your schedule was, because if we could get it to work, we could actually hang out and do something. It would be pretty entertaining. What's Smoker?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. I like Kit Kat, unless I'm with 4 or more people.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
Oh.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Rain patters on the windowsills and dead house plants. Too late to do them any good.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
I prefer Tuesday, friends.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Filthy boho, probably a narcomaniac. Give me some logic. The song reminds you of the final song in everyone's favorite movie, Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. That's twice now. You've made a comment about Star Wars. Trying to get me to do something, I see.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. Fine. We're not worried. You'll crawl back to this bottle soon enough. We'll give you another chance. Booze always gives you another chance. Yes, it's merciful that way. It's your friend. Come back to it. We're all rooting for you too. Not all of us.
You've passed up your chance to start drinking alcohol for now, but don't worry. The option to start drinking becomes available again in 2 hours.
I didn't know I had certain times.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Mazovianism. His theories about economic history greatly influenced, some would even say sparked, the anti-centennial revolution. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Very unrelatable. Tanner wouldn't know anything about that personally. Yep.
A plaster cast. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman? Ask away, policeman. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology.
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it. She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world. Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain, someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinaise, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops, you really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
About a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
He's wanted for murder, going away for life. Your astrological sign is Virgin. I'm I.
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
When I'm talking to you.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
Oh, come on.
The That was smart.
Hey, shoes.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
That money's also disappeared, I think. Couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty
These
shabby.
apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
True, Mia.
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
I fucked shit up too.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Lax women and sexual deviants, that's who'll come.
Oh, I do like wizards. And people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about our fates.
She means clairvoyance. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Oh, yeah, like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Yeah, I ride a little. I fucking ride till I die, bitch. I'm not sure I ride.
That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. Got those
Right, Mia?
black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You
Sorry,
didn't make
Herman.
the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Oh yeah, you took that bribe hard. You're a killer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy?
I'm sorry,
Have you
Herman.
not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Go for it, Herman.
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here, total tax duties add up to...
I've never seen the movie, but I'm a very big Billy Joel fan, so...
98% of all your money.
No fucking way. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. Are you sure this is like a pretty big number? This is not me solve my money problem, it's only making me into a free market type.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Interesting. Why Should I Worry is the name of the song. -2 empathy. Huh. She isn't very thorough, I know. Let's say to forgive, you're a delight. This is true. I remember buying the 4-disc box set of all Billy Joel's greatest hits. Remember growing up, Dad would listen to Harry Chapin, Dan Fogelberg, Billy Joel, those song writers, the storytellers. And the Stranger album is a fantastic album. And The Stranger is my favorite Billy Joel song. Will you guys give Jordan a hard time for not letting you buy him a nice gift? Thanks in advance. Tanner, do what I do and just get it anyway. Grace Hits Volume 1 and 2 on CD, and I would steal it from her. I have 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was all a box set. You've seen my gifts to Tori for her birthday. Just do it. Get their address and just do it. That's what I've done. And if you don't have their address, you find out their PayPal and just give them the money for it instead. Crocs, not a nice gift. Can't help you with that, friend. Such a nice gift. I don't know what to say. I do know. I was fully waiting for you to advise him how to stalk Jordan when he said if you don't have their address, LOL. Nah. No. Not big into all that. That's not my thing. It's okay though. What I do know, however, is that fortunately or unfortunately, Tanner and Jordan being nice to each other. Maya's a stalker. Maya's a stalker? Just how I said it. I know. Sent you a pic of your door. Well, Maya was doing that because they were trying to get you something, right? Listen, when Maya and Stasi get together to try to do something, you just let it happen. They are very dope, yes. What's not dope, though, is us ending our stream session for the day. It's been 4 hours. And it's time to wrap it up. About to dip in 10. What if it made me go an extra hour? I mean, that's your call. I think it's a good stopping point, too. We will get back into this next week for more of this crazy-ass fucking game, which I'm enjoying. I'm glad I was able to play some more. Have to go back and pay back the money we owe for all the room that we fucked up. And just keep exploring this hotel, this apartment complex. I'm glad you stopped by too, Herman. Mia did not advocate for shooting a child, Tanner. You just remember how to do the stuff in that basement? Well, I'll bug you if I need to learn about it, Jordan. Thank you, Mia. I'm glad too. I always enjoy hanging out with you rapscallions. Speaking of that, as I always get back to Hades when it's just us, Herman, you fucking taskmaster. Taskmaster. You know I will. As I always say, fuck these people. I don't say that. Nice distraction with the absolute shit show your day has been. Like I said, Jordan, treat tomorrow as a new day, my friend. It'll be okay. And there we go, Tanner. Good job. Lord Almighty. Whether you spoke a lot, whether you spoke a little, whether you didn't speak at all, or whether you were some of these people and spoke too much, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you were here and you were able to hang out for a little bit. Forget about the day and shoot the shit and watch me play a weird game. I hope the rest of your week goes by painlessly. Hope your weekend gives you recharge and rest. The people who spoke too much, and I'm not going to confirm nor deny that. And I look forward to seeing all of you again Monday, 5:30 Central, for more Disco Elysium. Yeah, never. Never. But as always, Carrot Top forever. Thanks, Imai. Thank you for the gifted, Imai. You didn't have to do that, friend. But as always to all of you, Andre, I'm signing off. I'm leaving. Literally done. Herman, what? Herman, bitch-ass bitch. Bitch-ass Herman. Andre, I do 4 hours, friend. It's 9:30 my time. I'm calling it. Sorry. Yeah. Hi, Andre. Bye, Andre. There's always next time, bud. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's an Andre problem, not a me problem. My belt holds my pants up, but the belt loops hold my belt up. So which one is the real hero? Would have joined earlier, but Alex, I listen. Everyone chooses their path in life, and if you enjoyed your game time, be fine. Don't even worry about it. It's all good, man. You know me. Hope you enjoyed yourself. As I say, as I always say, and I always mean, please be safe. Please be kind to each other. Overwatch fucking sucked. You had fun. I'm glad. Please take care, friends. I'll chat with you guys later, and I'll see you Monday. Y'all have a good one.